Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Sorry we took a minute there. We had some technical difficulties with the technology that we got sorted out. I'm sure you'll notice not Mayor Dean. Mayor Dean is in training today for the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, so he won't be joining us, and I will be chairing the meeting. Lucky me. I'd like to say it's an honor for me to be up here to chair the meeting. As a person that grew up in this town, it's a dream that I never had, and it's quite something, and I'm very proud to be here and very proud to represent the city. So let's have a great meeting, and with that, we should call the meeting to order at 9:05. Do we need to motion that, or we just call it to order, Mr. Edney?
Can just call it to order.
Just call it to order. Okay. So we'll move on to the moment of reflection, or sorry, the call to the land acknowledgement. So in the spirit of respect and reciprocity and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mohkinsis and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kiani, Piikani, Lethkai, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bears Paw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Pessimisiwaki Métis government and the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering space provides us with an opportunity to engage and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and why we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, we'll move to the moment of reflection. Today, we're going to reflect upon our upcoming golf tournament that we have on Thursday, the September 19th at Lakeside Greens. It is the first annual Chestermere Council charity golf tournament, and we are quite excited about it. We are raising funds for the Chestermere Public Library and for the town site of Jasper. So we're doing very well. The last time I heard the total
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
I won't let the cat out of the bag, but we're excited, and some good stuff's going to come from it, and we look forward to having everyone there that day. I would like to ask council if they have anything they'd like to reflect upon. Councilor Worsnowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we are very much looking forward to a safe and fun day. Looks like the weather is going to be cooperative with us. Make sure that everybody who's listening and here in chambers spread the word. We still have a few spots left, but we hope to fill all of the registrations, as well as fundraising has been very successful. I would like to add that Alberta Munis will be matching our donation to Jasper as well. So that's another benefit, and we're challenging other municipalities to do the same. The bulk of the fundraising will be going towards the Chestermere Public Library, but the fundraising has been nothing short of exemplary from everybody who's involved, especially from administration. We hope to be celebrating that Thursday, as well as announcing what our funds raised will be by the end of Thursday, as well as next week during council. So thank you for that, Your Worship. Meeting is over to you.
Thank you, Councillor. Also, at the golf tournament, we will be releasing our strategic plan, and we'll be talking about the steps that we're going to take in the near future and what our vision is. So we'll be happy to have those conversations. So we look forward to engaging with the public and seeing everyone there. With that, we'll move to updates or approval of the agenda. Do we have any updates, Mr. Edney?
Yes, through the chair, I would ask that council consider moving items 5.1 and 5.2 to later in the agenda and make them items 8.3 and 8.4. This is just to allow the people that are sitting here in the room that have other presentations to be able to get through their work before we go into a closed session potentially for those two topics later on.
Okay, fantastic. Do we need a motion for that, or is...
Yes.
Okay. Can I have the motion? Do we have a councillor? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Grant. I move that the committee approve the September 17th, 2024 Governance and Priorities Meeting Agenda with the following amendment. Move agenda item 5.1 and 5.2 to agenda item 8.3 and 8.4.
Call for the vote. Oh. Okay, there we go. And we're passed. Thank you. So with that, we will move to, Mr. Edney, do we move 5.2A to there as well, or are we still going to do that here?
No, that'll go with 5.2.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to council reports. And we have Mr. Morris.
Public input?
Sorry?
Just a point of order.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we did miss public input. We skipped right to the general business. Okay, so public input session. Do we have, Mr. Morrison, do we have any submissions?
No, we do not.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to council reports. Mr. Morrison.
Deputy Mayor Grant, if I could suggest, should we ask our guests if anybody would like to speak for public input?
Sure. Do you mind holding off, Mr. Morrison? Would anyone like to speak to the public input session today? No? No eager, willing participants? No. Sounds good. Thank you. Mr. Morrison, for the third time, please.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Grant and the rest of council. Today, administration is bringing forward a committee's procedural report highlighting the process for from soliciting applications to appointments to getting committee meetings going up. Administration is looking for the motion that the committee accepts the committee procedural report as information. So at the September 10th, 2024 regular meeting of council, Mayor and council appointed members to the public to the following boards, as you'll see there. I just kind of want to go over for the sake for council and for the public and the people who are listening in, just to kind of go over the procedure a little more fine tooth, just to ensure there's no confusion, as the report is available online, but I feel like it is still important to kind of let people know how the sausage is made. The first step is council, with the assistance of administration, reviews and appoints members to the public to one of the many City of Chestermere's committees or task forces. These appointments are made during a council meeting via resolution pursuant of our bylaw 025, being the City of Chestermere Committee Guideline Bylaw. The next step is legislative services, and the executive assistant to mayor and council will contact successful applicants regarding their appointments. Additionally, legislative services and the EA will share contact information with other members, including members of council of the committee, to solicit availability. 2.A, existing boards that are already conducting meetings, i.e. the Grant Adjudication Committee and the Police Communications Committee, the chair will inform newly appointed members of the next schedule. Those committees are already up and running, so they already have their schedules in place. The next step is the EA, with council's cooperation, will schedule the initial meeting for the various committees based on the availability of members. The next step, at the first committee meeting, members will make the following decisions: appoint a chair, if not already appointed, vice chair, secretary. Those are the people who record the minutes and provide those to legislative services, and the date of future committee meetings. Step 5. Meeting minutes and schedules will be shared with legislative services as well as council's executive assistant. And the last step, once reviewed, legislative services will attach the committee meeting minutes to the council agenda for the next meeting of council for approval. So that is the process. And if there's any questions, but if not, administration seeks the motion that the committee accepts the committee procedure report as information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll open it to the floor for questions or comments. Does anyone have any comments about this? Mayor Dean did have one question he asked me to relay, and that is about the people that were not selected for the committees. Are we notifying them that they weren't successful and encouraging them to apply again?
That is correct. They will
Okay.
be notified shortly.
Okay, fantastic. Great to hear. Do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Schindler.
Through the
Councillor
chair to Mr. Morrison. If we get these applications and we decide that this person would be more applicable to another committee that they haven't applied for, is administration contacting them and letting them know that? Is that reflected in this? I'm not seeing that in here. So is that something we should be reflecting in these procedures at all?
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler. That's something that hasn't come up too frequently. However, we can always change. It's just a procedure. It's not a policy or anything like that. So we're flexible in that regard.
Cool. Thanks.
Does anyone else have any comments? Councillor Wojnowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. And in response to Councillor Schindler, I don't know if we need to add that formality because we may not always want to contact every single person for other committees, but we should, in respect to Councillor Schindler's commentary, would be a good idea to have that flexibility in the procedure, but not required.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? With that, I'll call for the motion. Councillor Narayan.
I move that committee accepts the committee procedure report as information.
Call for the vote. And that's successful. Thank you. We will be moving on to item 7, our delegations. And I would like to have Staff Sergeant Kathy Clausen come up and present on the annual policing priorities 2025.
Morning, Your Worship.
Morning.
Thank you for priorities, which we do every year. Keeping in mind that these are just the top policing priorities that we decide on, but they're not the only things that we could do, and they could be changed anytime throughout the year. It's just something to focus on and report. So at the beginning of every year, and I probably will just talk instead of all the charts, but I have no problem. We'll just flip on to the next one. I do not like not having control of this, but the annual performance plan. So for the RCMP, the importance of the annual performance plan. So it basically is, in our policies, a good business plan, in effect, is a roadmap to success. It is a plan of action that draws from the overall strategic direction and lays out where you are now, where you are going, and how you're going to get there. So for policing, we work together with the community that we're policing. So we reach out to the community to get input every year. So the beginning of the new year, starting in January, we start to plan how that's going to look for the following year. Here in Chestermere, we do an online survey, which is developed by the City of Chestermere in conjunction with us. And we also have a town hall meeting where we invite any resident of Chestermere to attend. It's held right here, and it's an open conversation discussion about any concerns that they have or particular topics that they would like to have either discussed or focused on. We have to keep in mind that sometimes when people bring up topics, they may be albeit they may be very important, they might not be very common that we deal with. So for example, last year we did have a parental abduction, and that is very, very important, but it might not be something that would ever meet to be on our policing priorities because it's not very common. So albeit that we talk about it and we'll discuss it, it will never end up to be one of our policing priorities because it's not very common. So we'll flip over to the next thing. So last year, our policing priorities were property crime, traffic safety, and enhanced public engagement. These are generally the top three that we always see. They are the most important generally to the community. Given that Chestermere is a fast-growing community, property crime, construction zones are a hot topic here, which is the demographics of our community, and it totally makes sense. Traffic safety is always a touchy topic because it hits everybody. Anybody and everybody can get a ticket, right? We all know that, myself included. So there's people that really like that we do enforcement, and there's people that dislike that we do enforcement on traffic. So we're going to get that conversation anyways, but it's always usually one that meets the threshold to be one of our priorities. And then objective number 3 that we had last year was enhanced public engagement and relations. Part of policing priorities as a whole is to have good community relations. We need to be able to function with the community that we're working in to meet their needs of what they want to have as policing in their community. So that's always one of them. If you flip again. So our online survey, this is what it usually consists of. Basically, we want to get an input of what the public's overall experience with the Chestermere RCMP is. So we get all kinds of comments, suggestions, opinions, and that's great because it helps shape what the community is happy with, what they're not happy with, and helps guide us in that decision. And then we ask them to rank the following priorities, 1 being the most important, 7 being the least important. And we put there the top ones that are usually the ones that people would select. But we also do other where they can add in these one-off situations that they find dear to their hearts. So, and then followed down by the other ones there. So we asked really, what's your input individually, what you think we should focus on. Last year, if you flip, we got, I think it was 230 responses from the community, which is pretty good. That being from online response, these were the online responses, the survey, and we actually had some last year that were done paper copies. So if somebody doesn't have access to a computer or whatever, they can get a paper copy, fill it out by hand, and we'll like just add all those numbers to our stats here. So 134 out of 230 respondents picked property-related crimes, which was theft, break and enter, so forth like that. Next page. Then we had, how many here? 120, oh no, 56 chose roads and traffic safety as their top priority. So you can see how that comes down a little bit. And then you can see that more people, the second in line, picked for it to be 4th in the top of priorities. Next slide. Persons crime, obviously that's really important to people because nobody wants to be affected by that. So whether it's assault, robbery, etc., that's 126 people picked that as their first priority. And the next, drugs and alcohol, that sometimes tie in. We really don't put that as a topic as a whole because that usually just goes hand in hand with other crimes. So, and the next slide, community engagement. This one was pretty even par. It really depends on what your role is in the community sometimes, or really how much you engage, if you want engagement with police or if you don't, right? So, but we're out there anyways. And the next one is the mischief stats here. Yeah, so people were picking that as the third. So with all these, with our town hall, our online survey, our discussions we had with council at the time, this is what we came up for the APPs for present time. Very, very similar, like I said, but we added in a few initiatives under there. So property, we have theft and break and enter. We focus just on theft and break and enter, not that anything else is excluded. So neighborhood and commercial property crime reduction program. So we'll drive through construction zones, we'll drive through business areas, we'll drive through residential areas, when we suspect crime is happening. Although we can't catch it all the time, so we do count on people to assist with reporting of crimes, which follows into the next initiative, which one of them is our capture program. I do have a slide there on the capture program. So that's community assisted policing through the use of recorded evidence. We're in a very technological world now, and most people have cameras at their house, surveillance cameras and stuff like that, doorbell cams, etc. So we're able to tap into that. What this program is, it gives us a location of where people's cameras are. So like what houses they're in, what businesses they're in. It does not give us access to them. So in the event something were to happen, and I always like to use this example because it touches people, if your child were to go missing, we get boots on the ground immediately. If we know what houses had cameras, we can go to those houses and we can follow the path of however that, played out. So that helps us in that area. And if you can go back a slide, a security screw program, that's our licensing program. So that's for theft of your license plate. That's basically where we take off one screw on your license plate, replace it with a security screw. It's just a regular screw with a different head to it, so that if someone were to take your plate, they would have to have that certain bit. And it's just a deterrent. So that's another program that we do. And then the Chestermere Snowbird Registry. This developed out of the Lakefront Homeowners Association, where we will take down your resident location, who's representing your location, your house when you're gone, if you're gone on an extended period of time. We know that we have a lot of population here that go away for the winter. And I'm not talking a vacation of 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I'm talking like they go away for like snowbirds. So they're gone for 3 months, 4 months, etc. So they can call the detachment. They can register that their house is going to be uninhabited, but it's being monitored by their neighbor or whatever, and give us their contact number. And so we have a constant flow of locations that are coming on and off that registry as people go and come back. Objective number 2, we selected traffic safety and motor vehicle. The first one is our enhanced road safety enforcement program. This has been running here for many years. Most recently, unfortunately, our Alberta sheriffs pulled out of the program. So they were the ones that would come into town to do these shifts. And right now, this program is a little bit struggling just because we don't have those sheriffs coming into the community. So we're relying on our CMP members and our community peace officers to do these shifts. They're enhanced shifts. All they do is they come into the community and they do road safety initiatives. So they will traffic violation tickets, like I said, which people like or don't like. Their focus is the school zones, because that's obviously a priority for us in our community. And the only thing with this program, I don't know how we're going to be able to resurrect it to what it used to be. But moving forward, in like any extra positions that the community is getting, my ask is that I'm going to label one of those as a traffic position. So we will have our own traffic member, and that will be their sole job, is to do traffic enforcement, school zone safety, education to the schools, the community. Any collisions, they would take over that role as lead investigator, because that would be where their KSAs are, their knowledge, skills, and abilities. So hopefully in the future, we'll be looking at that. School zone, playground zone enforcement project, that's just our regular policing that we do. Now that schools are back in, you'll see us more in those areas, obviously. And then objective number 3 for police engagement. education, community engagement events. So we'll attend events that are going on in the community. I always get a list from comms at the beginning of the year of what's going on, and we ensure that members are stopping by, whether it be like a block party, a Bulls on the Beach. You'll see us popping up all over the place. Bike patrols, we have, and this is pedal bikes, we have, this sounds odd, but we have members at the detachment that are RCMP trained to ride pedal bikes. I know we all grew up riding pedal bikes, but when RCMP are on bikes, we use them sometimes as a tool of opportunity. We are trained to ride down, like, well, we don't have many hills here or whatever, but like downstairs and all that kind of stuff. So very tactical and stuff. So we have the bikes here. We have our boat for boat patrol, and we are currently in the process of getting a UTV, a side-by-side, as a result of the Chestermere's ability to drive OHVs on the roadways. So that's what I have. And if you have any questions on any more about our policing priorities and how we get to them, or any ideas, I'm open to hear them.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic report. With that, I'm going to open it up to council for any questions or comments. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Staff Sergeant Clausen. Good morning. Always very good work, and thank you for your service and the way you handle issues in our community. One of the, we constantly get feedback, and almost always it's always positive feedback from the community. So I'd like to say that I think the public approval for the RCMP this community is quite strong. I do have maybe not a question but a comment with respect to the enhanced traffic, and you did mention hopefully at some point if we're able to dedicate an officer looking just for traffic. I think it's a fantastic idea, because it'll be good to have an officer that is is constantly in this community, knows of our community values, find there's more respectful interaction and relationship with community members too. I do, but I don't really know where we are with respect to the complements at the detachment right now. But it's budget is we're going to be doing budget deliberations soon. So it's something hopefully you'll bring back to council. But it's definitely something that I'd like to have further conversation on down the road.
Yes,
Cheers.
indeed. And just to clarify, in January 2025, there will be an additional complement, actually two, made to the detachment that was decided on prior. One of them is a community policing and victim services member. So that member will be the face, the conduit between the community and the RCMP detachment. So whoever that person is selected for that community policing position, that will be the person most often, not 100% because they do have training and courses and leave and whatever, but they will be the face of events that are going on. They will be closely connected with your comms department. They will be closely connected with the schools in the wintertime. They will be engaged in the boating, the biking, and the UHVs in the summertime as well. So that I'm super excited to get that position, and I look forward to seeing how it rolls out. Traffic position would have to be a sidebar, different one, right? So just to keep that in mind. But I am working on the engagement part.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Schindler.
Please forgive my coughing. Through the chair to Staff Sergeant Kathy Clausen. Sorry, I have a couple of questions relating to this report. So I saw that we hold a town hall for this report. How well was that attended?
not
it
very well.
Not very well.
Not as well as I would like it.
Okay.
It's put out over the comms and through like their media and stuff. We advertise it, but we generally only have less than 20 people. Ever since I've been here, there's been like
Right.
less than 20 people attend.
Right.
I'm not quite sure if what we should do is have it live in person like that, as well as interactive through people can watch it live at home and probably be able to, you know, ask a question online. Because I know one of the first ones that I did when I arrived here was strictly just online because COVID restrictions. And I would just need somebody to like be off on the side working the IT side of it to ask the questions. And so not really, no. But I think
Yeah.
you know what, and it sometimes it's a good thing and a bad thing, because then people are like, well, I think that they're doing well, so that's good, like I have nothing to input. But I really love discussions. I do. And like the people that do come, we do have healthy discussions. We're here for several hours, and it's usually faces that I often see, so I generally know their stance on things. But it would be nice to have people to come and ask those difficult questions and try to explain or give answers to. I know Mayor Dean has 15-minute meetings with community residents, and sometimes policing topics comes up. I did direct him to say, ask the resident, do you mind if I share this with the RCMP to give that authorization to do so? And then we would be able to like move forward on some of those things that he's finding that get brought up, so.
Attended as well, so
Yeah.
I think they're going quite well. You mentioned that these are last year's numbers.
Yeah, that was for the survey for this year's priorities.
For this year's priorities?
Yes.
Okay, when does the survey come out for next year's
It
priorities?
usually comes out in February. Yeah, and we have it open for about 3 to 4 weeks. So we give people tons of time and well in advance of
my
our
mic's on.
fiscal year runs April to March. So that gives me enough time to pull those stats and then have a town hall, which is usually held in February, and then collect it all, build what
Yeah.
we're going to focus on, bring it to you guys, see if you have any more input, and then we move forward and make a decision.
Cool.
But like I said, it's nothing set in stone with us. You
Right.
can still do anything
You're
that
flexible.
pops up through the year.
Yeah.
So.
So these survey numbers are people's responses. Are they reflected somewhere with the actual numbers
Yeah.
for this year at the end of the year, I guess? Like, so this is the priorities for this year.
Yeah.
Will they be sort of mirrored with the actual numbers of what happened this year?
So every quarter, I send you guys a report. So
Yeah.
you get the quarterly report, and they're reflected in there.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the year, you get the whole year total.
Cool.
So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think the last report, we missed you on that report, so I have a whole bunch of canned questions, I guess, for the next quarter for that one. Capture program, is that well adopted with our
No.
residents?
So when I arrived here, I think we were sitting at around 95 residents and businesses that have signed on to the program.
Okay.
Currently, we have about 113.
Yeah.
So I know, and you guys probably know through your door knocks, that people have a lot more cameras in this
Yeah.
community. So I would like to get that number up, but it's only, all I can do is tell people what the program is. It's up to them to register their cameras and go from there.
questions against having their cameras put into this program because they think that the RCMP will have full
no.
access to their cameras at
No.
any time that they want.
No, so 100% not.
Right.
So
Okay.
all they're doing is saying that at my residence, which is 123 Smith Street, is I have a doorbell camera. It faces north. That's it.
Activity
So-
where you need to,
Yes.
you will
So
come and ask for
we
it?
just keep a list of where the cameras are located.
Right,
We have no IT access to them.
right,
We don't even know what company they're with. We don't
Right.
even know what kind of cameras they are. We just
Okay.
know that they have one.
and so they get utilized through, do you go and ask, or do you get warrants, or how do you get the footage for your investigations?
So if we were to require any footage that they had, we would go to the homeowner and we would say, we are aware that you have a camera. There was an incident that happened down the street. Do you have any footage between these times? If they do, like if their camera was operating, or like sometimes they're not, then we would ask if they would be willing to give it to us, and we would document that they had given it to us.
Interesting. Yeah, I think people would like to know how that works.
Yep.
Maybe there's some ambiguity, and so
Right.
there's certainly some speculation, and usually, or
They
not
they
usually,
would
but-
not be obliged to give it to us.
Right.
And we cannot force it unless we know that they have it, and then we could write a warrant for it.
Right.
But
Right.
there's so many people in the area that it would not happen that way.
Right. And goodness, I'm sorry, I wrote down a bunch of questions.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Why did the sheriffs pull out of
Okay.
Chestermere? Is that
So,
something that we could know?
Yeah, so the sheriffs are, I'm very sad by it, but the sheriffs are part of Safe Communities program, and Chestermere happens to be one of them on their list of communities that they do. So it's a program that they're newly adopting and stuff. So they didn't want to be in the same community doing two different very jobs, because the Alberta sheriffs normally just police primary and secondary highways, which would not include roadways within a community, i.e. Chestermere. So we had invited them in as a MOU to work on this program. Because Chestermere is identified as one of their programs for another initiative they're doing, they then discontinued that MOU to come in here to do traffic safety. And it completely makes sense for what they're doing. So it's just unfortunate for us.
I have seen them at my kids' school inspecting buses as of
Yes.
this week, so
Yeah.
that was fairly interesting. And I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Perfect. We will move on to someone else that has a question. Councillor Worsnowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through the chair to you, Staff Sergeant Clausen. Just a question on behalf of taxpayer, the tax dollars that go to fund policing in our community, and in the spirit of efficiency. You answered, I think, part of the question when you were talking about the sheriff's involvement. Is there any formal collaboration with with the Chestermere peace officers where they overlap in regards to, mischief, policing on the lake, schools, and traffic as well, to ensure that we're not redundant in our policing of the community?
Right, for sure. So the difference between peace officers and us is that obviously we have different authorities. So their authorities are to enforce the community bylaws, and then they can also do traffic and stuff, those types of offenses. We do use the CPOs for like some traffic enforcement and stuff like that. But as far as I think you're talking mischief and that, like they would not go to our calls that we're getting called to, like policing calls. But we might end up going to those calls and realize it might be just like a bylaw matter, and then it can be turned over. They could end up going to calls that they're called to, and it's like, oh, this is beyond our scope, and then they call us, RCMP, to attend and take over from it. So we work very closely together, Sometimes it may appear that the lines are blurred as far as who's doing what, but we definitely do stay in our lanes as far as I'm aware of. So unless there's some issues where either side is overstepping, then we would definitely like to speak about that.
Thank you. No, the feedback from Staff Sergeant Amir has always been good. I know he'd suggested, I went on a ride along with him a number of months ago, just that he was even hoping that there'd be radio between both the
Yes.
CPO and the RCMP, but currently I think you're contacting each other through dispatch or
Right.
cell, because you are right.
Yeah.
While there are clear lines in the sand, maybe there is irrespective of traffic, because you both police on the
Yes.
traffic side,
Yeah.
that you work really well together. So just
And
want to
like-
make sure we're not being redundant as a community and how we spend our tax dollars on policing, where there is potential for redundancy.
For sure. And like often in a traffic stop, it leads to criminal code offenses. It could be warrants. It could be like a situation that's happening. So then that's where a CPO would get, they need to stop and they transfer it over to us, which it does. And as far as the radio system, as long as I've been here, we've been trying to get them on our system. It's just that they're trying to get every community police group onto our systems as well. And it's just like a long lineup, that's all. But we are working towards that.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Edney and our presenter. Just hearing your comments about the capture program, can you make use of volunteers? I'm thinking even, people are often asking for things they can do on their own time, maybe going door to door, telling people about the program or anything in that respect?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I know, well, we do have a police communication committee, which is a group of volunteers as well. And I know that when we go to any event, whether it's Energizer Night, block parties, we bring brochures, we hand them out, we talk about the programs. I think the word is out there. I do agree with people think that we have access to it. We do not. Believe me, we do not have access. So I think it's just up to the resident whether they want to sign their camera up kind of idea, or their location up. But I mean, definitely we would use the volunteers. So.
Fantastic. Anyone else have a follow-up? No? Mayor Dean did have a few questions he wanted me to ask. He is wondering how we collect the statistics for interacting with boats on the lake. Is that something that we have a formal process for?
So yeah, so as far as when our boat is on the lake, every time they interact with the person, at the end of the day, we get a report, like given to myself, a report of how many interactions we had, how many like failed safety checks, how many times we had to give warnings, written documentation, etc. And we have a spreadsheet done up, which would get reported in our quarterly reports to you guys.
Awesome, that's fantastic. I would also like to echo his sentiments on police presence, and I can speak for him and I assume all of council that we believe presence is a big thing, and we support a larger presence being put out there. We are getting comments that some of the residents feel like there is a lack of presence, a lack of visibility in the community. And I truly believe that, you don't need to be out there writing a ticket, but if you're out there, you'll curb behaviors.
So I completely understand. And we often find that comment during the spring into the fall months. In the winter months, we get the comments that there's too many police around. And I'll tell you why. Because, and I don't know if this is true, but right now, 3 cop cars just went by. You don't know that because you weren't looking out your window to see it. So we don't know what we're not seeing. When we drive by in the summertime to go to a call and we have our lights on, you can't see them because it's bright out. In the wintertime when we drive by with our lights on, at 5 p.m. you can see it. You can see it from the detachment over to Shoppers almost. So it may appear that there's nobody going around, but they are, right? So it's just, if you're not constantly looking out the window or seeing, you know, everybody drive by while you're driving, you may think that there's not a presence. But I could just say that we are out there working.
Fantastic.
I could tell them to throw on their sirens so you could hear them.
That'll create another problem, I think.
yeah.
So that's
It
fantastic.
goes back and forth on that. It's like a traffic thing.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll call for the motion. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Sergeant Klassen. I know I was part of the committee as board member. I have only how from a city perspective, or how we can engage to the public for the capture program, because it is for the safety thing. How there is anything?
So, I mean, we've thought of everything from like the events that we go to, handing out brochures, to probably stuffing envelopes through the bills that go out through the city. Anything like that. Like, we're open to all kinds of avenues for it. I know the city puts it on their Facebook page and stuff like that. It's on the city website. It really depends on what discipline, like, they're reading, right? Are they on Facebook? Are they reading the flyers that go out? Do they open up their bills and, you know, throw out the rest of the stuff and just pay their bill? You know, so any options we're open to taking. I don't know, any ideas of what you guys think would help enhance that?
I know public is aware, but they have a fear. How
Right.
we can actually approach to them for the camera, because they have fear. Is because it's for the police, and you know that is the fear. How we
Yes.
can overcome for that fear?
Literally, when we open our capture program, it just becomes a map of Chestermere, and with like just like the maps you guys have with the little blocks for houses, and it will just show a number, a dot on that house. That's it. That's all we have. It just shows locations. You take the map of Chestermere and you put flags everywhere. That's all that I have access to on my side of it. And maybe one day what I should do is just show it how we view it, without showing. So when I click on the dot, it will show that that's your house and your name and your contact phone number. So I wouldn't want to show, like, where your cameras are. I wouldn't want to show that to the public because that's privacy. But the map would show and just say this camera, this camera. Not that the general public can't see, because you could see cameras where they are, right? Like, you could see the doorbell cameras when you go up to them. So the general public has access to that information. They just probably don't know the name of who lives there or where their cameras are pointing. So, and maybe that's something we could do. We could share that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through the chair to council, something as I'm listening to the discussion I'm thinking about, perhaps I could take this offline with Staff Sergeant Klassen and the comms team. And I'm wondering if an approach of framing this as a City of Chestermere initiative, kind of with assistance of the RCMP as a community safety type thing, and a little more explanation of exactly what is being done with the cameras might help on some of that front. So maybe we could take that away and discuss, because we ran into the same stuff in my last place too. Everybody's worried that the RCMP is they all supported the concept of being part of it, but were worried they'd then have access to watch what they're doing all day. And I think if we communicate that well, maybe we can get some uptake.
Yep.
But frame it as a City of Chestermere initiative.
Yeah,
and
that
request.
sounds like a fantastic idea.
no, that would be good.
Perfect.
Okay.
So I'm not, one more question. Councillor Worzynowski?
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, through the chair to you, Mr. Edney, and to you, Staff Sergeant Clausen. We also have an initiative, I think it's rolling out later this year, maybe next year, in regards to more video surveillance along our major thoroughfares. I think along Marina, maybe Merganser and some of those roads. Yeah, some of the CCTV. So that should help, as well as, you know, potential access to opt-in, you know, residents that may want to share their information to help with policing in this city. Is that true? It's rolling out sometime?
Yeah, so I mean, that has been in discussions for the last several years. It's never, I don't know how close you guys are to actually initiating it, but that would definitely help because it would be on our throughways.
Yeah, through the chair to you, Mr. Edney, I vaguely recall that it was approved in the budget, so we may want to follow up on when we're going to be rolling out that surveillance.
Fantastic. If I don't see any more questions and comments, we'll call for the motion to accept Staff Sergeant Clausen's annual policing report for priorities for 2025 as information. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you. Move the committee accept the Chestermere RCMP 2024-2025 Annual Policing Priorities presentation dated September 17th, 2024 as information.
Call for the vote. And that has passed. Thank you very much. We will be moving on to item 7.2, the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board Delegation Report presented by Elizabeth Armitage.
Good morning. We have members of the CMRB here today to do a presentation to bring council up to speed on what it is the CMRB does and how it relates to each municipality. This is something that they offer to new incoming councils, and so you guys are getting it now. And before I turn the mic over to them, I would like to take a moment to introduce JP Leclerc. JP is our newest Planner 1 at the City of Chestermere, and he will be working on a lot of our intermunicipal initiatives. So I thought it was a fitting moment to introduce our new hire to all of you.
Nice to meet you, JP. Welcome aboard.
And I will offer the mic to the representatives, and I'll have all of you guys introduce yourselves as well. And make sure you push the button.
That button right there. Thank you. Yes, what Ms. Armitage maybe didn't mention was JP immediately preceding this role worked with the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board, helping us GIS work. So if you like what the CMRB does, or you don't like what the CMRB does.
But it's important to note we are not sharing JP with them. They can't have him back.
No.
No take backsies. Okay, got it.
We will fight over this one.
Awesome.
He's fallen forward, that's for sure. Yeah.
Great to hear.
Anyway, so thank you very much. Really thrilled to be here. My name is Greg Clark. I am the board chair of the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board. I'm joined by Jamie Graves, who is the acting chief officer, and Lisa Tipman, who is the director of regional planning. The three of us will each take roughly a third of this presentation, try to get through it reasonably quickly. We're really looking forward to working with your CMRB representatives, Mayor Dean and Councillor Worzanowski, I understand, are the two representatives, or CMRB, for the city of Chestermere. We'll go on to the next slide. Oh, magic clicker. Fabulous. Maybe? Which way do I point? Oh, there we go. Fantastic. There we go. Great. So a bit of history then. The Calgary Metropolitan Region Board is the second growth management board in existence currently in Alberta. We were formed as part of the Modernized Municipal Government Act passed in 2017, enacted in 2018. And the history of CMRB and regional planning in Alberta up until 1995, there were mandatory growth boards which were dissolved at the time. Then a voluntary board, the Calgary Regional Partnership, sprung into existence a few years later, and then the cycle completed itself and it became mandatory again in 2017. Passed in 2017, into existence in 2018. The Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Board has been in existence for a little more than 15 years now, give or take. Again, Edmonton and the surrounding municipalities. We are made up of, a large area, 8,500 square kilometers. That population estimate is roughly accurate, reasonably recently updated based on municipal census, might be slightly higher than that, but a little more than 1.6 million people. The 8 municipalities of Calgary, Chestermere, Cochrane, Okotoks, High River, and Rocky View County, Foothills County are the 8 municipalities that make up the Calgary metropolitan region. As you know, growth is a significant story of part of the region. At this point, anticipating up to an additional 1 million people by 2053, although if recent trends continue, we'll achieve that far sooner. So our job then is to, first off, as per the regulation, strive towards consensus wherever possible in our dealings, but primarily promote the long-term sustainability of the Calgary metropolitan region. We do this through efficient land use planning, environmentally responsible activities in trying to minimize the amount of footprint that we use for future development. Regional infrastructure and service delivery, wherever we can share infrastructure, there's significant cost savings and improved quality of that infrastructure within and between municipalities. Regional planning as a pretty high level in the planning hierarchy can take a long time really to manifest. We already, though, in our relatively short existence, have some pretty good examples of municipalities in the region working together on infrastructure projects in a way that is beneficial for residents and also much more cost effective. And if you have some specific questions, Lisa and Jamie can give us some good examples of what that looks like. We also have a role to play in economic development, promoting competitiveness of the metropolitan region. Sometimes it's referred to as hunting as a pack, as opposed to trying to cherry pick one another's business. The work we're doing currently, and again, Jamie and Lise will get into a little bit more detail on some of the regional economic development, is where can we go after tier 1 opportunities together, really big things together as a region. So that's work that's underway, and we are currently working together on a few different opportunities and proposals for how that might work within and between our municipal members. We also have to engage the public and do so by, as you, holding our meetings in public, and as needed, go out to the public and ask for input. Primarily that was through the development of the growth and servicing plans. And then we are focused, of course, on just the roles that exist within the regulation. All of this is done through 2 key documents, really, I suppose 3. The growth plan itself. The growth plan was developed from inception in 2018 through 2021, where the board agreed on the tenets of the growth plan. It was approved by Minister McIver on August 15th, 2022, and has been in force ever since. There have been some minor tweaks and amendments to that. The servicing plan is an adjunct document that is also part of that, supports the growth plan. And the regional evaluation framework is what we use to apply the tenets of the growth plan. And we have an interpretation guide, regional evaluation framework. Just recently, we're working through some tweaks. As my father used to say, we're getting better as we improve. We're learning as we use the regional evaluation framework and have made some enhancements and clarifications to that document. Of note, participation is mandatory. All 8 members have been mandated by the province to be part of this regional planning board. And the voting structure is outlined by the CMRB regulation. There's a couple of unique elements to that voting structure. One, you are voting yes. There is no quorum outlined in our voting structure. If your municipality is absent from a board meeting, you are deemed to vote in the affirmative to whichever motion is presented, which, in addition to the opportunity to spend some time with all of us, gives you some incentive to make sure that you're attending the board and committee meetings. We also have a double majority to pass motions at the board, 2/3 and 2/3. So that means a vote in the affirmative to carry must represent 2/3 of the members of the CMRB, 6 of 8. And those members that vote in the affirmative must represent 2/3 of the population of the region. So that means Calgary needs to vote in favor. But it also means Calgary needs to find 5 friends to vote in favor of something for that motion to carry. So again, a unique structure. It applies in Edmonton as well, but it's an important factor in the structure of CMRB. Very simple organizational structure for us. The board itself has 2 committees, land use and servicing. Originally was separate committees, land use, servicing. We realized there's a lot of overlap and consolidated those, and the governance committee as well. Those committees, as well as our administration, work with your administration teams. And that, I think, is a very collaborative and healthy relationship. Lots of back and forth. As you can well imagine, there's a lot of detail that goes into this as you work through your ASPs or MDPs, whatever it happens to be. And so we're here to help facilitate that process, make sure you're clear. If you have any questions, Jamie and Lisa and Scott is the GIS person, and Shelley in our office, a small but mighty team, are here to support your administration and ultimately support you. Finally, before I turn it over, the objectives of the CMRB: increase competitiveness. If we work together, we're going to go farther. We're saving dollars through efficient delivery of services. It means that we need to work together with our neighbors. The good news is generally that's what's happening, and there's a desire to do that. We're also going to save money by having far fewer 690 disputes. I'm sure you're all very familiar with every single section of the Municipal Government Act, the largest piece of legislation in the province. But you may know Section 690 is the dispute resolution section. When you get to that stage, you're spending a lot of money on lawyers, you're spending a lot of time, you're creating uncertainty. We've really essentially avoided any of that in our time, so far as I know, at CMRB. And so there is an increase in predictability for investment, an increase in efficiency for planning, and a reduction of costs in doing that. We also have, and again, Jamie and Lisa will talk about this, 4 what are called joint planning areas between Airdrie, Rocky View County, and Calgary, between Rocky View County, Chestermere, and Calgary. High River, Okotoks, and Foothills County as well make up the other joint planning areas. Those are concentrated, focused areas for growth. We like to say at the CMRB table, certain things go in certain places. Those are the certain places where certain things are going to go. So that is where, through the growth plan process, we've deemed to be priority growth areas. Urban environments like Chestermere are also priority growth areas. So probably borrowing from some of your presentation later on. So I think I'll probably stop. Hand it over to Lisa's next. Okay. Hopefully I haven't covered too much of what Lisa has to talk about, but it's exciting stuff. So anyway, I'm happy to answer questions at the end as well.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, I've got a nice picture here on my phone. Oh. Okay, so when board members are around the table and when municipal administrations are working closely with us, we sort of ask them to think about 2 hats, meaning, when you're representing your municipality, you need to also be thinking about the region. And individual municipal approaches don't add up to a regional approach. We are always trying to think about what is the unique space that the region can fill that we're not already doing. So trying to reduce that redundancy and be complementary services. So it's hard to kind of put aside the thing that you've done for a long time in a certain way to think about how could we work together to do something new. But staff and the board have been really excellent about thinking about how we can work together to create something regional that has meaning. And so that's really just one of the ways that we prevent red tape. We try and think about what's regionally significant about the thing and how does it relate to the municipal space and your own policies and rules and regulations and community spirit and all those things so that they're working together instead of in opposition or making the way we move forward more difficult. So this is kind of the common thing that brings us together as the region, which is the board vision that was put together through a number of collaborative workshops with board members. And it really just outlines the kind of high quality of life that folks are coming to Calgary for, and really reinforcing that we want to continue down that kind of path, but in a sustainable way as is consistent with our mandate given to us by the province. we've found through the good work of the growth planning consultant, we asked them for benefits and we asked them for a scenario process. So if we move away from the business as usual approach to doing things, how can we gain benefit from a new approach or a slightly different or adapted approach? And through the good work of HDR Calthorpe, Peter Calthorpe being a quite renowned regional planner globally, and the good work of Stephen Power, who is sitting here, we put together a business as usual scenario. So if we keep doing what we're doing, where do we get? And then we did two other scenarios, a transit-oriented development scenario and a compact community scenario, which means most things are located more close within your community, so you're not traveling by any mode as far. And what we found was, and then we brought those together and created a fourth scenario called the synthesis scenario. It's based on the transit-oriented development scenario, but with some modifications to make it not quite such a departure from how we do things today. And what we found is there's a lot of benefits to be had from collaboration if it's scoped well, and it doesn't, and it complements the municipal approaches, and so you can see them here. So these benefits are really, were really a key aspect of creating momentum around what we were trying to do as a regional growth board, and created excitement about it. So that was a really important part of the process. What we've come up with is this regional growth structure. As Greg was saying, we talk about certain things go in certain places. Well, these are the certain places where we are anticipating high levels of urban development with high levels of servicing. So those very expensive services to deliver, they would be focused in those areas, and therefore the associated growth would also be of a higher density, a higher mix of uses. And moving towards that system is really where the benefits are coming from. More people are living in these preferred, you'll see place types, these preferred kind of growth types in these preferred areas. So everything that's a colored shape is a preferred growth area. And there you can see there's urban municipalities. So anywhere there's just an urban municipality, that's a preferred growth area. We want to keep those places growing at a high rate. Joint planning areas, we've got the red shapes that Greg was mentioning. These are areas where there's servicing can be provided. They have a lot of growth pressure for both urban and employment growth. And there's a lot of conflict, intermunicipal conflict in those areas. So they are, there's a context study that's being done jointly by the member municipalities, including Chestermere and Joint Planning Area 2. And it's really to just try and create a common vision and a common path forward for those areas to reduce conflict, to find ways to provide servicing. As you know, especially water and wastewater servicing can be very difficult to get in the Calgary region with the closed basin and limited water licenses. So that's trying to deal with those very expensive trunk infrastructures and get an associated water, an associated land use pattern that is going to really help those places be opportunities, gems of growth that are sustainable and that allow for member municipalities to share services in a way that's cost effective and to get servicing to those areas where it's not currently available. The grayer areas are areas that already have area structure plans or community plans in place. And so there's some policies in the growth plan to kind of help direct that urban growth to those preferred areas and allow for the more rural areas to stay in that more traditional rural form. The certain things that go in certain places are these place types, they're called. This is a new word. We just, I don't know, I think Peter just invented it. But what it means is that these are sort of typologies of growth. And so infill and redevelopment, that's pretty clear. It just means that you're growing in a already existing built area. Mixed use center TOD, that means that there is a significant transit infrastructure in that area and you have a plan to increase the densities and services in that area quite a bit. No one has used this one yet, but I understand Calgary is in their municipal development plan update are kind of trying to figure out how to make it work. It is quite high densities. And then the master plan community is Calgary, as Mr. Calthorpe would say, is really great at building mixed-use greenfield communities. So it's just really reinforcing that we need to do more of that, and we need to make sure that we are providing services and retail uses and employment opportunities locally as well. It's the only way to provide transit efficiently. It's the only way to create the kind of landscape that isn't completely car dependent. And it is really much, much, much better for municipal assessment if you're mixing uses. So there's a lot of advantages to continuing our tradition of master plan community. Employment areas are supposed to go in preferred growth areas. However, we understand that sometimes they have unique manufacturing needs and offsite impacts. So the employment areas can be inside a preferred growth area, or, as should the board approve it, outside. Residential community, this is more of the sort of, I would say, previous styles of residential community development that we used to do kind of in the 60s and 70s and 80s, which are just houses mostly, single family homes in lots and lots and lots of rows of them. So we have acknowledged that municipalities, there is a market demand for that kind of thing, and sometimes municipalities just simply can't meet the densities. It's 8 units per acre for Chestermere. And so these last 3 place types are really just acknowledging that those kinds of forms of development are in the region, and there's nothing inherently wrong with them. They just don't perform as high over, if too many people are using them, you really lower the performance of your built form. So it's just acknowledging that you can still build it, you might want to build it, but it shouldn't be the dominant and preferred place type. So we've already covered this, but every municipality, as I mentioned, has to have a certain proportion of these preferred place types. It's 75% here in Chestermere, so that leaves you the 25% to build that residential community place type if it's in the interest of council and the community. And as Greg mentioned, we have a process for reviewing plans. And that process is written in the regulation and in the act, and it allows us to really just make sure that the framework that the growth plan presents is within all the documents. So it's quite a straightforward, we're trying to make it more and more a straightforward process. We think of the growth plan as like a contract. If you fulfill the terms of the contract, there are benefits to be had. So really this is just about checking to make sure the main tenets of the contract are there. We have a lot of processes for touching in with staff about it, but ultimately we want to make sure that it's consistent. We want to give the opportunity to the board to make sure that the terms of the project that's being presented meet the terms of the regional contract, which is the growth plan. So all development, the one thing to note is that all development must align with the growth plan, but not all development has to come into the region. So we really try and be efficient. It's only big plans. Or something that might be contentious between 2 municipalities that the member municipalities would like checked through the board. So it's up to member municipalities what's regionally significant within the framework of the REF, but really all development must be consistent with the growth plan, and it's a 2-month process. So it's quite a quick process. We work well with staff, helping them highlight any issues that might come up before a plan is submitted, and we have a third-party consultant that looks at it. They identify if there's anything that's out of alignment with the growth plan or inconsistent, as we say, and if there is something flagged, we talk to staff. Sorry. And then finally, the REF interpretation guide is a really detailed overview of how the REF process works. But also, as Greg said, we know your staff very well. We really like working with them, and we are always available to help with this process. And yeah, I think I'll hand it over to Jamie.
Morning. So I'll talk to you a little bit about implementation of the growth and servicing plans. The servicing plan is really the document that provides detail around how the growth plan will be lived out by member municipalities. And a lot of it has to do with collaboration, about working on common projects together to find solutions that align with the growth plan's development form. And the key piece of the servicing plan, although it focuses on a few different topics, most importantly, it links preferred growth areas that Lisa was just talking about. So that's urban municipalities, hamlet growth areas, and joint planning areas. Those priority or preferred growth areas are also priority servicing areas. And so member municipalities will come together where there is a servicing gap to identify the best means sub-regionally to meet that gap. And so that's the main tenet of the servicing plan. Board overview of our initiatives in this coming year include continuing our relationship building with Indigenous nations in and around the CMR, and that includes 4 main tenets. So we have a dialogue, we have learning, we have co-creation, and we have celebration of the CMR and its indigeneity. Another of our major initiatives for this coming year is the Regional Transportation and Transit Master Plan. So this is a major project that we're working on, which will ultimately create a vision for member municipalities and the region, as well as with the input of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, to think about how people and products, goods will get around to markets within and outside of the CMR, as well as connecting people to the places that they need to go. Considering all of those place types and the land use direction that we are considering, this is the following sort of study that allows us to think about what the vision will be of the transportation network and the transit networks. We are working also, which is sort of related, on an expression of interest for the Canada Public Transit Fund. So this is a major opportunity for member municipalities in and specifically to regions. So the CMR is competing with other regions in Canada for $2 billion per year in starting to flow in 2026, but there is a process for that, obviously, through the federal government. It also requires participation through the province, and so we are working with tech on that work, as well as a number of other departments. Another piece that we're working on is updating that population and employment projections. As Greg and Lisa both mentioned, we do have an idea of when the next million will have on paper. However, as you know, growth has really accelerated in recent years, and so we need to reconsider and make sure that we're considering and accommodating and finding ways to think about how growth will happen. And that is also related to the Transportation and Transit Master Plan study. We're working on an environmentally sensitive areas public dashboard, and that piece is really around the environmentally sensitive areas database, which was completed in the last 2 years. And this year we were able to receive a grant through the Alberta Real Estate Foundation for creating a public dashboard so that information that the board has and that is used internally can be shared outwardly, and also allows those considerations at the regional scale about environmentally sensitive areas to be thought about for others than just the board and its member municipalities. We are working with regional economic development through the Calgary Economic Development Organization. This brings together all the member municipalities, essentially their EDOs, on what does economic development at a regional scale look like. Again, considering that not all ECDev opportunities at the municipal scale build up to a regional scale. So really thinking about how can the region work together, hunt as a pack, as Greg mentioned, and we know that there's some precedent for success in other regions, so we're exploring to determine if there is a locally sort of regional CMR type of collaboration that we can move forward with that will bring benefit. Implementation and monitoring framework, this is around making sure we're tracking how the growth plan is performing and reporting back to the board on that. We completed also in the last year the updated water roadmap, which is a consideration of all those growth plan and servicing plan policies, and evolving that over time, thinking about what does that mean for the region in terms of water, as we know that water is quite constrained in our region, and there may be an opportunity when thinking about the convening power of the board as it relates to water. So this is really kind of a drill down into what I just was presenting, but talking about the member municipalities, of which Chestermere is one, on Joint Planning Area 2. That context study is required to be completed by August 2025 in alignment with the growth plan. And MDP updates are also required for municipalities, and that's also due, which I understand Chestermere is also working on. So I think we talked a little bit about how this collaboration really depends on working with member municipality administrations, and where all of our work is strengthened by their input. And when considering how you might engage with the CMRB, these are key pieces or key touch points that we've created through what we call technical advisory groups. So there are administration folks within all of our member municipalities that come and participate in these meetings and projects and basically either give data or provide feedback, really strengthening the work that we do in order to make sure that it's implemented at a local scale as well. So that just lists a number of those. We work with the colleagues at member municipalities through terms of reference to make sure that we all have a common understanding of how we work together, and all the projects that we're working on are approved through a project charter process. Other update on benefits as they come through the implementation of the growth plan. So far, as we were mentioning earlier, there's been no expensive 690 challenges in the 6 years since the CMRB's been in place. There are new joint servicing opportunities that are developing through the region. Toward Cochrane is an example of a wastewater trunk that are being considered along with Harmony within Rocky View County. That's still in the developing processes, but some significant sort of opportunity there. Regional Economic Development Group has been formed in recent years and is currently coming back to the board with a report in November of this year. The Government of Alberta allocating funds to road infrastructure improvement projects using previous studies that happened before the growth plan, but it's through that collaborative and that advocacy piece that we are bringing forward those studies with, and this in this case was a list of priority projects for the members network and in the region that the province has been funding those major infrastructure investments. So we're also seeing benefit through that. There's also, again, as I was just mentioning, that $2 billion potential investment from the federal government, as long as the provincial government is also at the table, for accessing a metro region stream of investment and funding through the federal government. We've also enhanced and thought about mitigating flood damage risk for residents through a new policy within the region that is more protective than the provincial policy, just based on how the experience of flood in this region and our local geomorphology and how flood happens here and at what frequency. And finally, the other benefits that our members are seeing is that platform for advocacy on issues of regional significance. And historically, that's included things like EMS, healthcare, as well as water pieces, and also on transit. So we're seeing regional benefits. If you have any questions, Lisa, Greg, myself, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic presentation, very informative. With that, I'll open it up to council for any questions, comments. Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, and thank you for the delegation for the presentation. As you've mentioned that our city is currently going through an MDP audit process, and our staff and council have been consulting with residents, and it's not always easy to explain to them the part that CMRB plays in all of this, and especially when it comes to the growth plan, because a lot of our residents feel that CMRB's growth plan is somewhat conflicting with Chestermere, as the residents are wanting less and less density, and of course the CMRB growth plan says that no, you need to get more dense. How do we bring this to, and how do we explain this to our community? And you know, what is the how do you mitigate this?
Thanks for the question. I'll ask my colleagues to augment my answer here, but I think the first place to start is on those regional benefits to demonstrate that, yes, region is not in a crisis at this time. However, we are really trying to mitigate any future issues. So, for example, air quality, housing issues in terms of cost of housing, as well as, arguably there's, a housing issue presently. However, it's not as aggravated as in some places of Canada and some parts of Canada in terms of affordability. And then finally around traffic, to think about congestion. And we know that people are coming, we know that the population is increasing, and these place types and the way we're thinking about it in a diligent and discerning manner will alleviate some of those concerns when we think about the benefits that were demonstrated in that graphic. And I can pull it up again, but we have it, we're happy to share it if it's helpful for you when you're doing those outreach pieces. That it's definitely something to think about. I can understand that it can be a challenge to communicate these pieces with colleagues in the public.
Follow up?
Yeah, sorry. I guess the only thing I would say is we're happy to work with you on a bit of myth busting as well. I think there can be some of that in our current public dialogue. There will be potentially some impacts on Chestermere. We can help work on that. But I also think that the benefits that we talk about, you accrue benefits through some trade-offs. Maybe you're making, there's nothing comes for, it's not 100 and 0. But on the whole, the benefits, I think, accrue to the residents of Chestermere, current and future, and also to the folks who live in the region. I think a lot of people who live in our region don't necessarily see the borders. You go to a rec center, or you go out to a farmer's market, or you go for a drive in the country, or you go downtown. You don't really think necessarily, oh wait, I've crossed a line. We're in a region, and so there are benefits that come as part of that, and in accruing those benefits, we need to have some trade-offs as well. But we're happy to talk specifically about the specific impacts in Chestermere as you go through that process, and we can help with that on the myth-busting side. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Worsnowski.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair to our presenters. You've spoken a lot about the benefits. I'm just curious in respect to some of the drawbacks as being as part of the CMRB, especially when it comes to the economic development corridors that we have surrounding us. Chestermere has a lot of challenges when it comes to our non-residential tax base that we've been trying to focus on increasing, such that the burden isn't so heavily weighted to the residents. And those challenges aren't necessarily CMRB related. There's geographic constraints. Some of the residents like having more of a residential tax base, and yet we still have an initiative to increase our non-residential tax base. So I ask questions like, and you speak about myth busting there's a neighboring community of ours, Wheatland County, that has been awarded the contract for manufacturing airplanes with de Havilland. And here we are stuck in the middle, competing often with the city of Calgary businesses. We can't get large draw of businesses here in the city. And de Havilland also has, as an example, large warehouses within the city of Calgary, and we just remain, more of a kind of cottage community and struggling and again, for many reasons, to improve and increase our economic development. And not just the city of Chestermere, but surrounding Rocky View County as well.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if, Lise, you want to take some of the more technical parts of that. Up until about a year and a half ago, Wheatland County, or portion thereof, and Strathmore were part of CMRB. The minister decided, given their geographic, disconnection, I suppose, from the rest of the region, that they would be excused from CMRB. It happened at Edmonton as well. Edmonton, I think, capital region was 24 municipalities, is now down to 13. So there's a little bit of fluidity. So that's not necessarily an unusual thing. But I think it does speak to, as large projects like that do really call for some regional collaboration. And I think it's a good example of, perhaps it would be, I'm the chair of the CMRB, so I'm a little biased, but also as Lisa talked about wearing hats, my duty is to the region, and I would argue that there's some benefits to being a part of the region, because you can have now a convening opportunity to have those sorts of conversations. You're coming together in committee meetings, coming together in board meetings on a regular basis. And those are issues that are on the agenda, and you're in a room together once a month or so, where you can kind of pigeonhole someone on the side and say, hey, can we talk through this? So there's some capital R rules that come from the regulation, but there's also some of those benefits that come from relationship building, being part of the region. So some of those sorts of conversations are the kinds of things that we have at the board table, at the committee room, but also in the hallway. And there's some benefit then there as well, that you can explore that art of the possible, or say, hey, I've got a bit of a challenge, and work through some of those kinds of things with your municipal neighbors. So I don't know, Lisa, if you want to talk specifically about those sorts of projects.
Yeah, I think, Councillor, that the challenge that you're describing is really common in all of the member municipalities. Folks are they really. I mean, as you know, the residential assessment doesn't pay for all of the services that community members would like to see in their communities, and yet there isn't that sort of sense of wanting to move to a sort of more balanced form, or, you know, instead of having a substantial portion of large lot single family homes, moving into a better balanced situation. So it feels, those kinds of changes feel really threatening and scary. The other side, though, is one of the advantages of the board is it does give, as Greg was mentioning, it does give an opportunity to blame us for stuff, which is nice. Sometimes a lot of folks are like, yeah, I was talking to someone and I said, yeah, well, it's the region made me do it. So that's, you know, it's a undervalued advantage. But I think one of the things that is that I would say, having watched now for 6 years, folks trying to figure out how they find their own community spirit within the framework of the growth plan, which is pushing everyone to do a little bit better in terms of mix of uses and so on, is there are a lot of collaborative tools around cost benefit. We now have the ability to, say, build a business park in, say, Rocky View County. And now with our collaborative tools, there could be cost benefit sharing that would allow that kind of non-residential assessment to be in the community without having the actual physical buildings in the community. So there are a lot of creative things that we've opened up because we're talking with each other more. We are thinking about cost benefits more. We're thinking about revenue sharing. We're not all just looking inside our boundaries. So one of the things that the sort of standards of the growth plan do is they've really allowed Calgary, who's the biggest water license holder of the member municipalities, to feel comfortable that they're providing, they could provide water to and wastewater servicing to a sustainable urban form. So there's all these costs and trade-offs of relationships and expectations. But I would say it's best to participate. It's best to be excited and find solutions and bring up ideas around how can we meet the residents' expectations that we won't have maybe a big business park in our community, but could we work with another community to work on that kind of project? That's what we're here for. We're very excited about the possibilities, and I think for us the hardest thing is when people just say this is hard and then they don't want to participate, or they just say no. And I think this tool is what the board members make it. And there's a lot of great things that can happen when we are working together. So it's kind of a long answer and maybe not exactly to your question, but we are creating all the time unique ways of trying to find that balance. And it's only through collaboration that we can do that. So we look forward to having Chestermere's voice at the table.
Thank you. And I would like to echo Councillor Warzanowski's comments, specifically related to that commercialization. In Chestermere, we're close to the Janet area. So now we have the Janet commercial area that's going to come. And at the end of the day, that area is not going to contribute to our tax base. So it's next door to us. We're going to have all those impacts. but we're not going to receive the benefit from it. So, you know, I do feel the tension on that item. It is a big thing in our community. I know we are focused on it, so I think we hope that we have the CMRB support in expanding our commercial base as well. And yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, the Janet area is in one of those joint planning areas. So there is, we are talking about, or staff is talking about, your staff is talking about the future of those areas and what they could be and what the land use should look like. So that project is kind of a live project that's been building for a long time. But I think the advantage of what the joint planning areas offer is a chance to resolve these kinds of conflicts, but only if we're, you know, participating in good faith and see an opportunity for something better.
Awesome, thank you. Also, I had another question. I'm not sure, you know, maybe this is appropriate for our administration. Obviously, with the increased density that we are experiencing, and we are going to have more in the future, our roadway arteries into Calgary and out of Calgary and out of Chestermere are wedged, absolutely wedged. I drove by 17th Ave today, and it was backed up to Chestermere into Calgary. So, is it within the CMRB's purview to make sure that the proper infrastructure, i.e. roads, is in place before that density comes? Or is that something that as a municipality, as individual municipalities, we're responsible for ourselves?
That's an excellent question. So what we are, as Jamie mentioned, we're working on a regional transportation and transit master plan. So we're going to be rebuilding the regional transportation model to include the considerations of the growth plan and preferred areas. And then that model will be, and CPower is actually probably way more qualified to speak to this than I am, but the regional model will be identifying those areas where we're having difficulties at that regional scale. So we would consider highways and those kinds of major arterials where they're connecting communities as regionally significant. And we are trying to look at that multimodal approach, because the more, obviously, you can keep putting cars and building roads, but you're never going to solve congestion that way. So, you know, looking at those transit links and how they can connect into communities. So we wouldn't be looking at your, for example, local busing or local roads, but we would be looking at those major pieces that get people around the region and how to do that efficiently. Yeah.
Thank you. Is Councillor Wojnowski?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. As a follow-up, since we're on the topic of joint planning areas, I just want to better understand the role through the chair and to the presenters when there are projects related to just two municipalities within the CMRB region. What is the role of the CMRB and the REF? Because we have our neighbors to the Calgary to the west, and then of course also with Rocky View County, and we have initiatives with both of them in regards to, you know, fire services, transit, recreation, things like that, that would benefit us as being part of the CMRB. But when it's only involving, let's say, two municipalities, how does the REF and the CMRB play their role other than the general planning of the entire region?
That's a great question. I will try and answer it succinctly. So your job as a member municipality in the CMRB is to work with other board members to make the contract called the growth plan, and then we are trying to link it to servicing. But because the CMRB has no money and has only 5 staff, we are where we're focused right now is around land use planning and the mandate that was given to us by the province of Alberta. So what the responsibility of the board members is to build a contract that works for them, that they can live with, that they feel will get them the benefits that they're looking for from regional collaboration. And our job through the REF itself is just to review statutory plans. That's the only mandate we have. So we only review intermunicipal development plans, area structure plans, area redevelopment plans, and municipal development plans, and that's our entire purview as given to us by the government. We have a servicing plan that is that Jamie oversaw the development of, And right now it's focused on getting our arms around what each of those areas like recreation means. So we did do a recreation, as just one example, kind of background study to see, would there be benefit to the region at looking at recreation? And what we sort of found is, for now, although it is an intermunicipal issue and sometimes intermunicipal conflict, there isn't really a big regional role to play at this time. However, should our mandate expand, or should the board choose to bring recreation in, then we would obviously resource that and figure out how to make it work. But right now, our mandate is to have the growth plan and administer it through the statutory plans and REF.
Thank you, and to the chair, to the presenter again. So really, in short, whenever it comes to some of those level of details between two municipalities, we just deal with the other municipality and collaborate accordingly.
Yes, that is correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
I think that, with Chestermere being butted up right to Calgary, that we should be looking at recreation together. We are boundary to boundary, like you said. Residents don't really see the lines. They just drive past them. And it's a big thing for Chestermere that we're going to be focusing on. So any support that we can get, we would much appreciate that.
Yeah, as I'll steal Greg's governance thing. Any member can put a motion to the board at any time. You just have to contact us and let us know, and we'll put it on the agenda. We are always happy. We live in service of the board, just as your staff lives in service of you. So we are always happy to explore what we could do more, and what we could do better, and how we can be of the greatest service possible. So whether that's just facilitating conversations, putting people in the room together, whether it's creating a growth plan framework that's efficient and effective and has benefits around costs, or whatever the values of the board are, that's our job. So we would look forward to hearing from you on those kinds of things.
That's awesome. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn to the right and Councillor Schindler.
Through you to administration, my question is, how will the CMRB municipal development plan influence our municipal development plan? Will we still be able to retain that which is Chestermere while adhering to the CMRB's mandates?
We will still be uniquely Chestermere while adhering to their requirements. The requirements have been written in a way that all municipalities have to meet certain things and identify place types and do these things, but we will still be uniquely us. Every other municipality is going through the same process with their MDPs, and we're not going to end up with 13 identical documents. And if we do, gosh, that would be fascinating that we all want to be the same, because we don't. So we will be uniquely us through that process. And that's actually, to me, part of the art and part of the fun of the MDP, is meeting both CMRB requirements, but the MGA requirements, and still making sure that at the root of everything we do, we are doing this for Chestermere and being Chestermere.
A follow-up is the CMRB and sorry, my brain is failing right now. The other one you just mentioned, are those the bones of our municipal development plan, and then we're developing on top of that to ours, or are these municipal development plans just an influence on what we're doing?
The MGA and the CMRB regulations set out what we must include in an MDP, but we can do anything beyond what is must and mandatory. So we will go beyond that. So, for example, we've talked a lot about school sites wanting to be early in community development. It's not mandated that we talk about when school sites are done in a new greenfield community. That'll be a unique Chestermere nuance that is part of what makes us us, and part of what council is saying to the community, the staff and the developers, this matters to us. And then we must follow it as your staff as we're implementing new applications coming in. So rule books are provided, but They're just the start and the basis of what the MDP will become.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? No? No, we're all good? Okay. I think I would like to call for the motion to accept the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board Delegation Report as information, please. Do I have a councillor willing to make a motion? Councillor Worzanowski?
I motion the committee accept the presentation by the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board, the CMRB, as information.
Call for the vote. And that has passed. Thank you very much. It was very informative. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
If I may, can we have a brief recess?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll take a brief 5-minute recess. Is that good for everybody, or 10 minutes? We'll take 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We're coming out of recess and we'll get right back into it. We'll move on to item number 8, reports for information. Transit report presented by Jeevan Sandhu. Did I pronounce it properly?
You did.
Yes.
So good morning, my name is Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2 with the CGI department, and I'm here to present the current transit service. Before I begin, I just want to note that Stephen Power, our transportation consultant, is also here to help answer any questions that you might have. So administration will be recommending that the committee accept this report as information. I would also like to note that this presentation builds on the information that was presented at the August 20th GAP meeting. So the intent is to address the specific questions and information that came out of that meeting. So as a refresher, the current transit service that we have within the city is an extension of the Max Purple line, which is an agreement between the City of Calgary and the City of Chestermere. The service launched in 2021 and will automatically renew for the 2025 year, which would be the last renewal under the current agreement. In the report, a timeline is provided of some of the milestones that led up to the event. This specific transit service was designed to enhance the peak hour commuter service and boost regional connectivity. So it operates 2 peak hour runs in the mornings and 2 peak hour and 2 in the afternoon only on weekdays. So an outcome that came out of the previous GAP meeting was to provide additional information on the cost. So the operation of the Max Purple utilizes a cost recovery model, which essentially means that Chestermere pays a cost per service hour, and then the revenue generated from the fares of Chestermere riders is subtracted from the invoices. So in order to have transit within the city, there was an initial capital investment of $723,000, which was funded by the MSI grant and the Green Trip program. So some of the aspects that were part of this initial cost was a transit feasibility study, bus stop pads, signage, and sidewalk extensions, along with a traffic signal at the West Lakeview Drive and Rainbow Road intersection. So by installing the signals as part of transit, in order to further facilitate movement of buses, grant funding was available. We also want to provide additional information on what this current system is costing the city to operate on a yearly basis. So in the table provided, you can see a breakdown of the service for 2023, which is part of the city's operating budget. So here we have the transit service costing us just over $179,000, an administration fee of 2%, along with a commercial vehicle inspection process fee, which is a requirement when buses cross jurisdictional boundaries. And then finally, you can see the revenue was offset from the invoice, so the city ended up paying just under $150,000. The operating costs are reasonably aligned with the projected costs identified in the 2019 feasibility study. We also want to note that this agreement allows Chestermere to take advantage of Calgary's economies of scale to deliver a regional transit service connection, meaning that Chestermere pays minimal costs for facility use, maintenance, and administration. This also allows Chestermere to develop and expand the transit service in stages, with flexibility of linking future local transit services to this commuter service. Administration also wants to provide more information on the ridership of the service and its current capacity. So in the report, you can see an overview of the total monthly trips, both on and off, since the launch of the service. So generally, ridership since the launch of the service has been on the rise, as shown, but this is largely due to the service being launched during COVID and is now returning to those pre-COVID ridership levels. So in all municipalities, you will see similar peaks based on the month. So September tends to have the highest ridership historically, just based on the start of the school year. Although the ridership has been increasing year over year, it is lower than anticipated. So preliminary forecasts for the service identify the potential for the service to range from 47 to 60 daily passengers based on pre-pandemic ridership trends. So the total ridership varies quite a lot based on the day of the week, so the best practice is to review the averages. The chart in the report demonstrates the average number of passengers getting on or off the bus in Chestermere for the month of June. The average ridership of 32 passengers outbound and 41 inbound. In terms of capacity, the Chestermere service normally operates on an articulated bus, which has a capacity of 125 passengers. So when we talk about capacity, this takes into account both seated and standing capacity. So the buses have a capacity of 65 seated and then 60 standing. In discussion with Calgary Transit, they did provide us with trip load data that identified a maximum load for one AM trip to be 28 passengers, and in the 2 PM trips reached 35 and 48 passengers. I would also like to add that I took the Max Purple line into Chestermere and out of Chestermere in September, which historically has the highest ridership, and we were not at capacity. So during the previous GAP meeting, I know there was quite a few discussions about capacity, but based on the information that we have reviewed, it does not appear to be an issue at this time. And then we just want to highlight some of the next steps as well. So firstly, for the commuter service, this existing service was aimed at commuters and was recommended as the first stage of transit implementation into the city as part of the 2017 Transportation Master Plan. The intent was to build initial interest in transit with the commuter service before considering local service options. So a review of the route is now warranted that we have additional data available. For a local service, a transit feasibility study would need to be undertaken to address the different options available for local services. The study should address a range of service types, whether that be on-demand, conventional fixed routes, or some form of hybrid service, as well as review different delivery models, service levels, and costs associated with them. And regionally, we want to highlight that the City of Chestermere is participating in the expression of interest stage of the CMRB initiative to prepare the necessary background work and proposals for the regional funding available under the Canada Permanent Transit Fund. In terms of implications, they are listed in the report, but we just want to highlight two of them. So financially, any expansion to the existing service or alternative methods will be at an additional cost. As mentioned, a transit feasibility study would be warranted, and that would need to be added to the 2025 budget. And then for service, the current framework allows anyone onboarding Chestermere to have the full ability to transfer to other Calgary Transit routes at no additional cost because they are paying for a ticket under the Calgary Transit. And finally, administration does not see any risks associated with accepting this report as information. We're happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you for the report. It was very informative. I'll open it up to the council for questions. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Edney and to the presenter. When we're talking about ridership of 32 passengers outbound and 41 passengers inbound, is that per day, per trip? What number is that?
Yeah, per day.
That would be per day. Then a follow-up question for that. I'm doing some quick math then of roughly how much Chestermere is spending per person, per trip. And I'm wondering if we have any comparables for, say, like a Calgary or something like that, for how much a Calgary would be spending per person or some kind of data like that.
I can't give you the exact number per trip, but I can give it to you in terms of a proportion. So right now, what you're getting back in the fare box is between 20 and 25% of what you're spending overall. A mature transit system will get in the order of 35 to 40% back. And the very strong transit systems there are some transit systems in Canada. Toronto, I believe, is up in the order of 80%. Calgary, I don't know the exact number. I believe, and please don't quote me, but I think they're in the order of 45% that they're getting back. Typically, smaller transit systems, as I said, will get less back in the fare box. You don't have the densities, you don't have the level of service to justify higher order transit and that sort of thing. So again, a more mature transit system that has got a full system in place would be 35-40%, I think would be a target of a city, maybe a little bigger than this, but 20-25%. Is probably about where you'd expect to be at this point, especially with the kind of service you have. It'd be nice to see that up into the 25 to 30% range. Certainly in the transit feasibility study, that was sort of where it was targeted. However, you're still early on. I mean, it takes 5 years or so to build ridership. There's been virtually no promotion of the transit service, which probably is needed to boost it. And it was launched in the middle of a pandemic, which certainly couldn't be anticipated. So at that 32 at one way and 40, whatever the number is the other way, not far off of what the forecast was. That forecast was kind of a 5-year out sort of thing. When you hit that numbers, you'll be in that 25 to 30%, which is probably where you need to be in terms of in terms of what you're getting back out of the fare box on your costs compared to others.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm asking because I'm really wondering if the spend on this, I'm wondering if that's normal. So I'm understanding what you're saying with the percentages. Someone correct my math if I'm incorrect, but I took roughly total cost of $150,000 a year, divided by 12 months, divided by 30 days, divided by roughly 73 trips a day, like in and out. And that's almost $6 per trip that we're spending, right? And that's already factoring in the cost recovery. So I don't know, that might just be what it costs to do that.
Yeah, transit costs money, and I think that's an important consideration. I know when people ask about getting more service, it costs money. No different than, if you were to work out, I'd hesitate to say what you're paying in terms of what you're subsidizing your road users in much the same way. So, if you were to turn around and figure out what you spend to build a road and what you spend to maintain a road, and then what you don't get back from the drivers, you're going to find a cost that's probably higher than that. So I think it's important that you be careful about doing the math because it's easy. This is the first service that you want to introduce, and it doesn't matter what business you're in. And I'll talk like a business. No matter what business you're in, it's going to cost you a little bit, to get to where you go. You're never going to get to 100% recovery. Transit is a service, and that's why it's called a service. It's something we do. It's part of how we support our communities and help people get to where they are. It's how we help bring people out of their cars, so they're spending less. In Canada and through most of the Western world, it's a subsidized service, and I think you need to sort of accept that. Be careful about dividing it in and laying that cost on the people that are using it, because I think you want to get more people using it. And yes, you want to bring that cost per person down, but I think more importantly, you want to build a community where people can get to work and they have choices. They're not just stuck with one way to travel, which is car, right?
Councillor Randawa? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, to the presenter, I have only, I know in the beginning, the business does cost and stuff. And I seen the bus, there is a double bus is going. To bring the cost lower, somehow we can have like 40 to 45 passenger bus rather than 60 passengers and stuff, like smaller bus to lower the cost, or because right now is not that need. Maybe obviously down the road community is growing. We need more bigger buses and more often bus. So there is anything do you think for that to lower the cost?
I can start. For the buses, like not all of them are using the articulated buses, so sometimes you will see those single buses come in. We're getting charged per service hour, not necessarily the type of bus. So it would be up to Calgary Transit to see if we want to change that, if they have those buses available, because we even discussed with them about potentially moving them all to articulated buses if we were at that capacity. So since they're already projected for this year on which buses they're using, they would have to see if any of them can be downgraded and then swap over the buses. Sure, Stephen can add.
It's important to note that when the decision was made to go with the extension of the Mac Purple, there were a number of different options looked at. One of them was just an express bus out of Chestermere, in which case you would have sized the bus for Chestermere. The decision was to go with the Max Purple extension, in part because it was the cheapest and sort of the easiest to do, because all you're doing is paying for the incremental cost of Calgary to extend that route into Chestermere as opposed to paying for your own bus. In doing so, the bus that comes in here is sized based on what the needs are through that entire Max Purple route, not just what it picks up in Chestermere. So if you wanted to go with something that was sized for Chestermere, then you need to go with an exclusive Chestermere service, which means you're going to be paying for a lot more hours, deadhead hours, when they don't have any passengers on board to come out here and that sort of thing. So it was chosen. because it was actually the most economical at the time when when we were looking at different services. So that's part of the reason you're getting a weird sized bus, given the number of people that are being picked up here, is because it's sized for the entire route.
Okay, so follow up for that question. That time was chosen because of the Max Purple is the cheapest. There's any through Calgary Transit, there's other cheaper option at this moment is available. Like they have Route 68 from East Hill to connect to Saddletown going there. So that is just the example. Like there's any cheapest option as well at this moment available?
When we looked at the back in 2019 when we were looking at this, we looked at the options. Hands down, the Max Purple extension was the cheapest because all we were doing was extending the route into Chestermere. So you're paying for that incremental cost from them to do that. If you want to take an express bus like some of the others that are out there, you would be paying for the entire cost of that trip from Chestermere into town, back out again, and back out again is going to have probably nobody on board. You'd be paying for that whole thing. What you're paying for is the incremental cost for Calgary to add that. Now, it's not just the gas to drive the bus another 10 minutes, because there's when that bus leaves, that bus has a dwell time at East Hills. When it comes into Chestermere, by the time it gets back to East Hills, it would have already had to leave again. They got to put another bus on, but you're still only paying for the incremental piece. So that was by far quite a bit less expensive than the other option. So we definitely did look at different options, connector buses to East Hills and that sort of thing. But again, you'd be paying for all that. You'd have to pay for the whole shot there. So you're paying the incremental piece, which is by far the most economical for the city of Chestermere.
Thank you. Mr. Edney, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, this is a question that I could clearly take offline, but I thought council might be interested in this as well. So I'm just getting up to speed on this agreement and how it works too. So when we talk about the revenue, and Councillor Sandbo made a good point, it's about $6 per trip that the city's subsidizing, and we heard that that's the city's getting about 25% back in the fare box. How much is a ticket on Calgary Transit? I apologize for my ignorance, but it's not $2.
$3.60 now, I think.
$3.60. So $3.75. So this is maybe for Jeevan. Are we getting revenue just based on who gets on in Chestermere and goes out, or do we get revenue for people that are just coming back in? And how do they differentiate that they're getting on, say, down in Inglewood and getting off in Chestermere versus getting on in Inglewood and getting off in Forest Lawn somewhere? How does the system understand that?
Yeah, so for the ridership, basically what's happening is Calgary counts the ridership of people getting on Chestermere and off in Chestermere, and then that is multiplied by an average fare price to get the revenue for Chestermere. So if somebody getting on in Chestermere might not come back in Chestermere, so that's why that is the way that we're figuring out the revenue. Plus, if you have other services like UPasses or anything else, that isn't taken into consideration, so that's why they're just using the ridership data to then multiply by the average fare price to get our revenue.
So if I may, just as a follow-up, so the driver of the bus is just counting how many people stepped off the bus on his stops through Chestermere and how many got on?
Yeah, I believe they have like a counter system when you're scanning. So
Yeah, you should be scanned in.
for you, as opposed to
Okay.
that driver actually counting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosanowski.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Grant. Just in a follow-up to my fellow councillors and through the chair to the presenter, we understand that this is is a cost for service, but I think the point is well made. Is where is our residents' money best spent in regards to transit services? Because transit is a priority for our residents. And if you do compare us to other municipalities, such as the city of Airdrie, they'll claim that their regional transit is running at close to net zero, but regional, but within the city of Airdrie, they're certainly at a net loss. And we understand that. What I wanted to add was we still need to understand what's the best cost option for the taxpayer. And that includes, like, you know, what you've discussed about potential grants from the transit grant, as well as working with the CMRB, and understanding how to service the community, and potentially talking to the City of Calgary to provide that service even within the City of Chestermere, as opposed to trying to start our own transit service, because it, as you can see, currently our ridership is so low, or that could also extend to extending Max Purple to service the east side of the city. So have you taken a lot of those things into consideration as we look forward in the future with these feasibility studies?
I could probably do that one. All right, so glad you brought up Airdrie. Great example. It's one I actually did their transportation plan a number of years back. We did an evaluation of the peer, how their system compared to peer cities. At the time, they were trying to run a traditional fixed route local service. It was the worst performing in Canada of any service of comparable size. The Airdrie Ice service, which is their intermunicipal service, which is the service into downtown Calgary, was performing quite well. And you're right, that it does well. Traditionally, these regional services, these commuter services, are your best performing, and they're the low-hanging fruit. And I think if this service in Chestermere started in 2019 instead of in 2020, I think we'd see something different. I do think the city needs to promote it harder. You don't just get people arriving on the bus. There's people in the city still don't even know the bus is here. If you don't promote it, you will never reach those numbers. And the forecasts were based on promotion. That hasn't happened. So I think if you're going to do one thing to get your ridership up, there's the first thing. I would say that in terms of the rest of it, you know, the reason the 2017 Transportation Master Plan recommended this as the first step is because of history. If you take a look at all kinds of other comparable cities that are in this, the first thing that works is a commuter service. City of Calgary, Calgary Transit does things exactly the same way. The first thing they start with is a commuter service. They'll start an express bus or something like that. And then as that ridership builds, they start to build connecting feeder routes. And then this starts to expand to be an all-day service. And that just is how it evolves. One thing that has changed in the last, say, 10 years is the popularity of on-demand transit. And that's what Cochrane has gone to. It's what Airdrie's gone to. It's what Okotoks has gone to. And it's probably something that Chestermere needs to look at. And Jeevan mentioned earlier, one of the things that is in the next steps is a transit feasibility study for local service. Looking at how that service gets provided is a key part of that. Certainly the easiest way to start something, build interest, build ridership, and that sort of thing was a commuter service, and Calgary Transit was the easy way because you don't have to maintain vehicles, you don't have to own vehicles, you don't have to hire drivers, you don't have dispatchers, you don't have to do any of that. Calgary's doing it all for you. You're paying for it, but they're doing it all for you. Low risk, right? And you could walk away from it, you know, when you want, if you wanted to. It's low risk, low cost in terms of being able to go at it. But all those things you mentioned, that's where a transit feasibility study comes in. And certainly I think Chestermere's at a point probably needs to start at least looking at those options for future local service to start to complement. Big thing though, number one step, promote the service.
Thank you, and to the chair and to the presenter. Also, some of the complaints that we're hearing from the community is, though Max Purple, I think we would all agree that we need to promote it because it is a service that's at a net benefit to the rider. However, like Calgary and their commuter services, especially along their train lines, there's parking available and there's access to get to those stops. Whereas the Max Purple primarily services Western Chestermere and not all of Chestermere as a whole. So you want to get ridership up, ship up, provide access to the people who need it.
Yeah, so, and if you want to do that, you can. However, remember that as you start adding, you add more hours. It may seem like a little bit, 2-3 minutes to go. You're adding more hours, you're adding more costs. So if you want to do that, you can do it. That's your choice. It's not Calgary Transit that's doing that. That's Chestermere that's making those decisions. So if you want to go to East Chestermere, absolutely you can. I'd be very careful about that because, you know, the longer that route is that people have to sit and go through stops, the less likely they are to use it. I actually think your route is actually a little bit too long already if you're in terms of maximizing out the number of riders. you may be better off to look at something like a park and ride in town, or a drop off or something like that. And when we were looking at the original route, we were looking at some park and ride opportunities. That didn't come to fruition in the end. But you know, things like churches make really good park and ride. If you can work out a deal with a church, you know, you're not running your bus on Sunday. When do they need that giant parking lots on a Sunday? There are some other ideas being kicked around. I know in Calgary there's a few park and ride lots in commercial centers where they just have more parking than they need for their commercial operations, particularly during the day. So there's opportunities. Rec centers are another place that Calgary uses for park and rides. I think that's probably better than starting to try to stretch this route out, because I think what you're going to do is you might get complaints that people on the east side can't use it. But if you have to go through half an hour worth of stops before your bus finally starts making a move to Calgary, you're going to lose riders because it just takes too long and your costs go way up. So there's a fine balance in there. And that came up actually when we did the first version of this. Exact same question around the East Chestermere. It might be the next step you do is maybe you add another 2 services and they go to, you know, alternates go west-east, you know, something like that. There's ways to look at it, but it's money, right? That's what it comes down to.
Thank you. Any more comments? Janelle? Sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, given all of that discourse, some additional comments for the committee and for administration. There truly is no question that transportation, and especially public transportation, is important for a municipality. I think we would all agree with that, and we do hear that from the community. And some things just cost money. It's a fact. Some things you can't get 100% cost recovery. I think understanding in context whether what we're spending on it makes sense would help council determine on behalf of the community, I would say, whether the kind of public transportation we're doing makes sense, because it was commented on here as well. I know that folks who are getting on the bus within Chestermere, they can't use a bus pass, right? So that might mean that people who would rely on a bus pass, like seniors and students and those receiving income supports, aren't using public transit. And that's a particular demographic that I would assume we would want to have public transportation for, yeah? So there might be some considerations like that about how we can get those numbers up. And then a very common request we get is internal transportation. And I'm sure we'll explore that as well. And I wonder whether there would be more ridership internally as opposed to going into Calgary. So those are just some general comments that I guess I wanted to leave with everyone as we're exploring this. I know we're going to do some future planning, but we'll have to deliver on a plan that makes a lot of financial sense while also meeting the need of the community. So we'll need to consider all those factors.
Councillor Randalla?
I just want to clarify. I think we do use transit pass for the senior, and the Chestermere from City of Chestermere, the monthly pass cost $11 for the senior a month, but Calgary, the senior for whole year is $30. So there is some option which one you can apply, and our FCSS department, I think, is taking care of that side, if I'm not wrong.
May I ask for a clarification on that? I asked the question about passes in the last presentation. Is that accurate? Through the chair to administration, are seniors able to get bus passes? Are there other passes available?
I can confirm for the UPass at least, because I used the UPass. The UPass does work. If you're in Chestermere, you're using that. And then for seniors, I'm pretty sure through the community services, they have that subsidy program. But if Stephen wants to add something.
Yeah, all I'll just add is Calgary Transit, City of Calgary has been very, very accommodating. In fact, when the negotiation first started, it was going to be, well, we had to figure out how Chestermere is going to sell tickets and passes and everything else. And they finally said, listen, we'll just count, and we'll take the hit. You know, we know there's people getting on in Calgary with a Calgary Transit Pass and coming to Chestermere, and guess what? You're getting revenue for it. You got a good deal with Calgary. I can tell you right now, the Edmonton area municipalities that use Edmonton Transit Service don't get the deal that you're getting. You know, they pay twice, all that sort of thing. Passes, if you wanted to go and have that discussion with Calgary Transit, I know that they've been quite open very accommodating. You could even issue your own pass, and all they'll do is they'll factor that in to the average number of times that pass is shown. If you're giving it away for free, you're not getting any revenue from it. You're going to pay for the trip, but you're not getting any revenue from it. But I mean, Chestermere can do pretty much whatever you want with that side of it. And as I said, Calgary's been super accommodating. They want to make this work, and if that's what it takes to help make it work, certainly I know that they'll be at least open to discussion. A lot of times it's just logistics and how to make it work. It's just, sometimes it's not quite as simple as it sounds because we're trying to do the crossover, but they are super accommodating. They've been really good about it. They really want to make this work. So I think if you have an idea, Chestermere has an idea, I think Calgary's open to talking about it.
Thank you. I think this might be my opportunity to actually get on my soapbox for this one. So this was a major thing for me during the campaign. I just did some quick and easy math, and I know how that's not a good thing. But this transportation cost has cost the city 1.3 to 1.4 million since 2019. And that is a burden to the taxpayer, to all taxpayers, and this service doesn't serve all taxpayers. So I think we really need to look at that transportation feasibility study, and we need to include the whole community in it, and look at all the options for that. I don't find it fair that East Siders are basically subsidizing people who can get on the bus to get on the bus. I understand, if we build it, they will come. But I think there might be, if we're far enough down this road, that we should probably be looking at how we can be more inclusive of this service and how it can work for all of Chestermere. The peak hours, the bus routes, the times is very cumbersome, for anybody that's just not trying to commute for work. If you're trying to get around this city right now and you don't have a car, you're walking, or I guess scooter is probably the best option at this point. So I think we owe it to the community to look at what we can do to make sure that we are trying to include everybody in this. And yes, there may always be a cost to that, but at least it's inclusive of the whole community. I did have a question on the regional transit partnership funding. I'm not sure what it was. And I guess that's my question is, what do we get from joining that cause? Do we get funding? Do we receive funding, I should say? Do we get buses? Do we, please elaborate on that.
Yeah. So the answer is we don't know yet.
Okay.
But it depends on what goes in. So the expression of interest is being presented to the CMRB board on Thursday. We have submitted a very long list of potential projects that we're looking for funding on. There are some things, for example, there's a transit feasibility study in that list. There's things like expanding Chestermere Boulevard to 4 lanes is in that list because it's being built in the template of a future BRT. There's things like future bus pads and bus stop infrastructure throughout other parts of the city that's not specific, and they don't need to be specific at the EOI stage. We don't know what we're going to get, but we're going in together with the rest of the region. I know other municipalities are putting in different sorts of things. Airdrie's a little more focused on their rolling stock because they do actually have a fleet. Others are a little more interested. I know Okotoks is putting in some funding for transit feasibility because to look at going, evolving from on-demand to fixed route service. But others are putting in all kinds of infrastructure. So we've got a long list. We're not going to get it all. But let's, if you don't ask, you don't get, right? So really what it comes down to is whatever it'll go via the province to the feds for the permanent transit fund. It's a $2 billion fund. The feds have been strongly encouraged at Edmonton and Calgary to make sure they're part of it. We're, in the top 5 cities in Canada in terms of metropolitan areas. We have a metropolitan organization through the CMRB, so very timely that they were here today, that allows some coordination. The attitude of the CMRB is being that if it's municipally significant, it's regionally significant in the context of this application, so there's not even vetting of that. We're going to send the whole list in. So we hope that maybe you get a bunch of projects you might get 50 or even 80% funding on. That's the hope, but
awesome.
Remains to be seen.
I love it. Thank you very much. We look forward to receiving that information and hearing what the outcome is at the end of the day. So I think sorry, Councillor Randhawa, do you have one question? Let's keep it quick so we can get it rolling here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's for the transit actually. We need the transit for our city, but right now is not fulfill our needs for the community, and especially for the seniors as well. Because seniors, some of them, they cannot drive. They are only rely on transit, and it's not for their appointment. Sometimes they want to get out from the city to go for shopping mall to Calgary just for a few hours, couple of hours, and then come back. That is also we need to look at it in the future, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll just add that that's the intent of the transit feasibility study that we would want to have for the 2025 budget, to look at transit holistically, looking at the Max Purple service, what it's serving, do we need to change it, but also looking at those local services as well, and then bringing in those things to also discuss and then bring forward to council.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. And with that, I'll call for the motion. Councillor like to state the motion? Councillor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. The committee accept the current transit service update as information.
Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's passed. Thank you very much. It's a great presentation. So with that, we'll move to item 8.2, Council Communications Information Package presented by Mr. Morrison.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning, Council. Today, administration is seeking the motion that the committee accept the Council Communications Review as information. Administration just put together a little information package regarding how all the ways members of the public can get in contact with council. This would include the recently passed council's public input policy. Every council meeting, whether it be a governance and priority or regular meeting, members from the public are allowed to come up here, speak their certain piece about a certain subject, and they're allowed to also submit submissions online via the legislative services at chestermere.ca email account. Also on the website is available are each of your emails and phone numbers. These are your business phone numbers and emails, not your personal numbers. If you want to give that out to residents, that is your call, but we will not provide that information on the city website. The other one is the 15-minute meetings with the mayor. Members of the public can schedule a meeting with the mayor on the city's website. Subject to the mayor's availability, members of the public can request a 15-minute time slot directly with Mayor Dean. These meetings are an opportunity to discuss city-related issues on a one-on-one conversation. Members of the public can schedule it on the city website. And then there's still some details to be determined with this one, but council initiative is to introduce Coffee with Council. So Coffee with Council will be an opportunity for residents to meet with the mayor and council in a less formal manner. During Coffee with Council, residents can ask members of council or council as a whole questions regarding the city and so on and so forth. Details are soon to come. I believe I was talking with the mayor. It should be roughly October, but once again, details are still up there. So with all that, we're just looking for the motion to accept this report as information.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Do we have any comments or questions from council? Beautiful. With that, would there be a councillor I'd like to make the motion? Councillor Narayan?
Thank you. Move that the committee accept the council communication review as information.
Call for the vote. And that is passed. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. With that, we'll move on to item 8.3, school update.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair to council, I'd like to combine the updates on 8.3 and 8.4, the recreation site, into one item at this point. They are two separate standing items on the agenda package. But for today's purpose, just want to update council that we are making some significant progress on both of these fronts as far as securing the land needed for both the high school site and the recreation site. I would ask at this time that council consider a motion to move in camera to get some more detailed information from administration on the details of these two agreements. So I'd ask for a motion to move into closed session at this point.
Okay, I think we're okay with that. I think we're all good. Do we want to let the public go? Do we want to put a timeline on it if they want to come back?
So through the chair, I'm not expecting there to be any motions. We aren't going to be requesting for any motions. This is an information session. So I think at this point, from the public's perspective, the meeting is essentially would be over.
Fantastic. We will. So
you
we'll
are
end up
free
going...
to make a motion. I'll make clear if you wanted to bring something out, you're welcome to. But
no, that sounds fantastic to me. So we will be going into camera. We'll make the motion. So if you no longer want to stick around, there won't be much information after that. We'll just be adjourning. So with that, I'll call for the motion to move in camera. Councillor Worzynowski.
Before I make that motion, thank you. Through the chair, maybe just give a timeline when we expect to come out of in camera. 15 minutes?
15 minutes to half an hour.
Just for a point of order. Okay, thank you.
So let's say half an hour.
So say, yeah, we'll come out. So we're in 11:47. Okay, we'll come out around 12.
Thank you. I motion the committee goes into closed session at 11:47 a.m. to discuss the following. FOIP Part 1, Division 2, Section 27, Privileged Information.
Call for the vote. That is passed, and we are in closed session.
Okay. Nimish, do you have the handouts or...